called Neil. He answered with a beat you could not confiscate. Every rib, bird, its job was his mask of food renamed to hide the sun. Was rubber only laughter teaching muscle how to run? If laughter is a key, which lock does it betray? If dawn is inheritance, who signs for it today? Oh, winds that carry broken drums. Oh, waves that memorize ancient tongues. When shall the chains forget their sting? When shall the shackled learn to sing? Write his name where salt can read. Let stone confess the sun we need. Sun god Nika. Giants carve panels, flood flame field. Wood that sweats old fire when you press your ear. A bell far south kept copper time. A beast remembered roads between days. None of this was after. It was before the lie took root. The first Nika walked, and even mountains practiced breathing. They called hunts festivals, they called chains contracts, they called stolen breath a taxi, called the crowd a choir, he called the rope a question, he called a gate a door that forgotten its job, and doors when reminded tend to if sovereigns hate drums, let them hate louder. If silence builds walls, bring stronger powder. If night demands rent, pay with song until night moves out. If fear were silk, pull the thread and watch it out. A ladle unstolen, a window unboarded, a name unshortened back to its vows. A child who slept without counting boots outside. Miracles grow like that, sideways until even statues lean to listen. Is Nika one unbroken flame or many borrowed coals? Do we wear him like a memory or walk him like our souls? If dawn is a verb, who conjugates it here? If freedom is practice, who trains past fear? Oh, winds that lift the shaken.
How do I not have an oxygen tank, but I have all the rest of this stuff? I lost my oxygen tank. Okay. Interesting. That's unfortunate. We'll do that then. A demon awakened to conquer his wrath with the hunger of Enline Kitetsu's black curse. I lost my oxygen tank. Oh well. We'll make another one. That has yet to be told. On the ruins of Thriller, back where the shadows were deep, he took on a burden the heavens would keep. A bubble of agony, blood and despair. He stepped in the center and took it like prayer. Nothing happened, he says, in Garden of Red, with Rubber Man wondering how he feels so great. Three-blade flying for the Rubber Man's path. A demon awakened to conquer his wrath with the hunger of Enman Kitetsu's black curse. The king of the hell making heavens disperse with the flash of the green and a hard ice cold for a story of steel that has yet to be told. He don't need a compass, he don't need a map. He'll cut through the mountain and close every gap. The dragon of Wano, he soared in the sky and soul, the swordsman of legend has taken control. Three-bladed flying for the rubber man's path, a demon awakened to conquer his wrath. With the hunger of Enman, Kitetsu's black curse, the king of the hell making heavens disperse. With the flash of the green and a heart ice cold for a story of steel that has yet to be told. So pour a jar of sake for the man with the scar, whose name is ringing to every far star. He might lose his way, but he never will bend. The greatest of swordsmen and truest of friends. The chains that have bound us in sleep, from the dark of the mines to the hold of the deep. On the roof of the skull where the emperor stood, the rubber man fell in the ash and the wood, but death couldn't hold him. The heart started humming. The giants all knew that a savior was coming. Dum dum dum, hear the drums of the dawn. Nika has arisen, the shadows are gone. White as the moon with the heart full of fire, lifting the world from the mud and the mire. Steady and strong as the drums start to beat. Liberation is coming on rubber bound feet. The dragon was laughing, he thought he had won, until through the clouds came the heat of the sun. With hair like a cloud and a glow like the moon, young Luffy awakened to play us a tune. He grabbed up the lightning, he played with the beast. From the chains of the tyrant, Wano's released. Dum dum dum, hear the drums of the dawn. Nika has risen, the shadows are gone. White as the moon with the heart full of fire, lifting the world from the mud and the mire. Steady and strong as the drums start to beat. Liberation is coming on rubber bound feet. Now the elders are shaking in castles of gold, that a legend of freedom 8 centuries old. He's the foe of the gods and the friend of the slave, the wildest of storms to ever ride on a wave. He turns all the world into something of play, as he dances the shadows of tyrants away. Dum dum dum, hear the drums of the dawn. Nika has arisen, the shadows are gone. White as the moon with the heart full of fire, lifting the world from the mud and the mire. Steady and strong as the drums start to beat. Liberation is coming on rubber bound feet. So listen ye sailors and listen ye poor, the warrior of freedom has come to your shore. Dum dum dum, with all the heart beating fast, the dawn of the world has arrived here at last.
A boy raised a wooden blade and swore at the sky. If I fail, let the world forgive me.
Only other place I can think of is over here.
Still, the dojo floor. Kuna felt like a bell still ringing through my core. Wado Ichimonji at my head, a promise wrapped in white. Pirate hunter, they called me. I hunted down the night. I don't pray much, but I bargain with the stars. Give me every scar you own, I'll pay you back with bars of iron. Cut the sword, hold the line, make the false sky bleed. If fate has changed, I'll sharpen them to me. Tell the sea I'm coming, center you in swing. I'll be the greatest swordsman. When the world has made me king of nothing, tell it this, I'm Zoro, pirate hunter, student of
There we go. I had to restart my game. I had a slight problem and I lost a bunch of items. Oh well. That should be fixed now. Let's see, do I collect those now? Yep.
God's worst dremel. No one knows which law he broke first. Was it God Valley's silence? Was it O'Hara's ash? Or was it just refusing to bow when the sky itself lied? If the wind has a name, why does every storm whisper? Dragon. Was he just a boy in marine white when the hunt turned into slaughter? Did he watch holy weddings and children? Did he learn that justice means erasing violence from the man? Did he hear a hidden name above the noise and feel his spine crack? Did he tear his crest off quietly, or did he let it burn? Did God Valley teach him freedom, or just his first crime tree? Or finally telling truth to his own bloodline face? If the Navy builds the world, who patrols the broken parts? If the gods rewrite the stories, who collects the fallen hearts? If one man hears the silence where a century should be, does he turn into a storm or into a refugee? Is dragon old, or is he a cure? Is he the knife or the hand that endured? Is he a father who chose the world over his son, or a ghost who cannot stop what has already begun? Did he give up his name or give it teeth? Did he lose his faith or move it underneath? When the wanted poster calls him worst of all, is that a warning? Someone hides and claims the world as home. Did he call a storm at Low Town, or did the storm call him? Did the rain move just to hide him, or to judge the scaffold? Is his power in the weather, or in all the minds he's freed? Is he hiding as a tempest, or as a thought you cannot bleed? Or as a thought you cannot bleed? Did he let Balti go shattered just to fool the end? Like beard or rumor as a sacrifice of love. If the world thinks revolutionaries have finally lost applause, does he smile and calm her back, or while he sharpens newer laws? Did he watch the loser vanish and count every missing name? Did he ever see the edger of the mask behind the flame? Did Joy planning to throw down the throne with his own wing? Why did he leave the town with bandits under rain? Was it cowardice or trust, or just another kind of change? Does he watch that triumph and hear a drum he once denied? Does he see his father's fist in every wave that lifts the tide? If Garp is iron and Luffy don't, then what is dragon in between?
Not much gained, but I gained something. KPU, so terraforming, KPU, purification.
sacred hunt. They called it native hunting, left his halos stood there. If your birthplace turns a stadium where your people are the prize, if every shot is labeled sport while babies choke on battle cries, do you bow and call it justice just because the flag is low? Or swear to drag the heaven down until the throne grows cold? So I gathered every nightmare that their age could not contain. Newgate with the quake inside, Kaido built for iron rain. Lennon with a hunger sharp enough to eat their son. Said I wanted everything, just a crown above. What I wanted most was baby free, not hunted where I lived and died. If ruling was the only road to tear their fingers from my throat, I took their word, world destroyed. So who was the devil on that cursed piece of stone? The boy born under gunfire or the gods upon their throne? If God Valley was my home, now the power nest they broke. Who lit the first inferno, me or every holy joke? When they spit out rocks like a warning not to read, do they whisper daily underneath it like a half-confessed deed? Destroyer just for wanting chains to crack, or the wound they had to bury so their halo would not. Then down came Mimi wearing flesh like borrowed night. They failed to change. The tendrils pierced my ribcage, orders in my head. No wife and kill your son, or save the world instead. I felt my own tremble to a music that was not mine. Teeth and fire growing where I used to draw the
Ooh, 10 minutes on toxic dust. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Need to find more mushrooms. Okay. We're quickly going up in pressure now. Don't those do heat as well? They do. That's probably partially why. Do I have heaters in here? I do have heaters. Okay.
Every devil they pretend to hate.
some microplastics.
Okay, so plastic polymer. Can't I craft via the purification capsules to this? I can.
Remember this when you salute their age of light. Sometimes the one they call world's greatest devil is just the man who saw too much of heaven and chose to let them end him before he lost the last of what he meant to protect.
Fades away. He stood between a monster and a boy so small. The price was just an arm and he didn't care at all. The reason was clear, a deal he'd make again. A cost worth paying for his smallest friend. He left his hat to that boy too young to know how the world would change wherever he'd go. One day they'll meet again when the time is right. When the red horizon greets the rising sun's light. Red on the tide, and the world holds still. Red horizon, they'll bend to his will. Say his name low, let the silence spread. Let them feel the dread as the horizon turns red. One sleeve hangs lighter, but he never complains. Some strength is measured in what remains. His scars didn't blind him, they taught him how to see what matters most then and now. When he shows up, as the daylight dies, he steps ashore and turns the whole silence spread. Let them feel the dread as the horizon turns red. Some gambles aren't loud, they're quietly made in the hands of a child not yet afraid. Some bet on strength, some bet on heart, on a reckless laugh and a young upstart. There's something divine in how silence breaks. A sudden departure, destruction in its wake. The horizon bends before the sound arrives, like cause and effect became misaligned. Courage falters, the water holds its breath, cast in the red shadow of waiting death. Red on the tide, and the world holds still. Red horizon, they'll bend to his will. Say his name low, let the silence spread. Let them feel the dread as the horizon turns red. Dream to the man of whom the world will sing. His hat's the crown that he'll never trade. To become great is the promise he made. From the hand of a legend to a boy so small, they'll meet again when he's earned it all. Three brothers, three cups, one shared dream. They swore an oath to rule the seas. The fool, the noble, the ace of spades, bound forever by the choice they made. With a hunger for adventure he'll never sate. He'll chase his dream and make his fate. King of the pirates, that's the dream. He'll chase the wind at his back and a grin on his face. The sun will laugh, the stars will sing. He's the man who will be the pirate king. He'll be the pirate king. He'll be the pirate king. A king is nothing without those he leads. He'll guard their dreams, that's his creed. The waves will take, but they give to a dream, a crew, an adventure true. Every island, every fight he's dared leads him closer. He doesn't care where, he will laugh in the face of fate's demands. With a hat made of straw and rubber hands, every dawn brings another chance. Adventure calls in an endless dance. King of the pirates, that's the dream. He'll chase the wind at his back and a grin on his face. The sun will laugh, the stars will sing. He's the man who will be the pirate king. He will be the pirate king. He'll be the pirate king. His brother's fire still fuels him inside. He'll live enough for all their lives. He's laughed and lost, he's burned and bled. Still the dawn shines brightly just ahead. If you die chasing what you believe, that's a life you need not grieve. Gear 1 he fought, Gear 2 he flew, Gear 3 that's when the earth shook too. Gear 4 a beast unleashed from within. Gear 5 now see the sun god grin. Skin steaming, soul screaming. Gear up, laugh loud, the drums are beating. Joy is his weapon, chaos his name. A conqueror's will ignites the flame. The drums of freedom pound in his chest. A name forbidden, a truth erased, a dawn unseen, a past defaced. Chains were broken, yet fear still lingers. Sun god Nika, the Dawnbringer. Before joy boy danced, before kings knelt, the drums had thunder, the heavens felt. A fire that laughed, a step unchained, yet history burned and left no name. Elbaf trembled, giants swore, yet whispers called him nevermore. The Gorse spoke in hushed decree, what truth still hides beneath the sea. Is he the god of
Liberation.
or the curse of devastation? A hero's rise or a tyrant's doom.
I probably can build that when I get back to the base. Let's try and get a nuclear reactor when I get back to the base. Anything else I need to try and build? Recycling machine would be nice. Probably should work on that as well.
Then tell me why do gods still fear his battle cry? The century lost, the guilt denied, a kingdom burned, the truth defied. Why does the world still whisper dread? Why does the past remain unsaid? If Nika danced, then who still weeps? Did he rise from joy or graves too deep? The heavens cracked, the sea stood still, but was it justice or a kill? Is he the god of liberation? Sun god Nika, the forgotten savior. The drums still beat, the dawn still waits. The world still fears what time creates. A hero's laughter, a tyrant's scream. But was it real or just a dream? A fate unknown, a war still raged. A name erased, the heavens cage. A myth, a god, a ghost, a sinner. Sun god Nika, the flame of rebellion. Do not wake the grave loudly. One who still kneels when his name is breathed. Ryuma.
Let's
Was the
see.
sword
I need
made black
aluminum
by
still.
Or by a soul refusing to rust. Tonight, we do not ask how a dragon died. We ask why the blade kept mourning after.
O sword god, did frost name you first? Before the country learned your thirst, did Wano place its fear in thee and call one man its boundary?
Were you a saint with killing hands, or only silence over lands when dragons circled the skies inside your eyes?
Say your cuts divided flame.
Yet
What blood sleeps there? If Shui drank the wars you bore, why does it look like Nightmate's sword? Was Shui blackened by your rage or by the vow? No scroll could cage it, harky, hard and steel alone, nor grief become a broken bone.
Blade remembers what men lose, each clash a bruise. It did not choose, so tell us, saint of severed breath.
Did you forge life by rehearsing death? Your grave was robbed, your body led with borrowed song inside the dead. Brook's shadow moved your ancient frame, yet could not carry all your name. A corpse may lift a sword again, but not the prayer behind the pain. So when Zorro faced your hollow heart, did old Wano hear its missing heart? Ryuma, were you man? Or Wano's locked confession? Ryuma, were you blade? Or history's dark procession?
If death could not keep thieves away, if flesh was stolen, sword astray, then what is buried in a shrine when even bones must guard the line?
Ryuma, are you gone?
Or walking through another,
One green-haired
one frost-born brother?
if blood returns by unknown sea, does legacy choose ancestry? My soul's hand, your late reply, a living question. Under sky, not reincarnate, not the same, but ash remembering its flame.
He took your soul from haunted gloom, then gave it back to Wano's tomb. Was that defeat or right fulfilled? A restless ancestor finally stilled.
And love burned where Shui slept. One promise traded, one honor kept. The black blade rested in its land, while future war chose another hand. Ryuma, dragon caught a shade. What death survives the finest blade? Is Wano opened after chains? Did your old silence break in veins? Old priests say a hero is not the man who kills the beast. A hero is the wound that keeps protecting the gate long after the body has been taken from it. So tell us, Ryuma, were you buried in Ringo?
Apotheosis, saint of steel and close prognosis. Did the dragon die beneath your prayer, or did Wano learn to breathe from there? Pulsar,
In your palm, when the next swordsman stains the skies, will your blackened silence rise?
if Shui is knights made loyal,
If your grave,
is wounded royal.
then let the monks write one decree. Some dead men guard what kings cannot see. Close the shrine, leave the sword asleep. For Ryuma is not only a legend, he is Wano's oldest locked door. The dragon fell,
The blade turned black,
the body was stolen,
the name remained
and somewhere,
beneath frost, blood, and prayer.
country still whispers. Do not ask if Ryuma died.
Ask why Wano survived him.
They say a man's truest sound is born. soul first learns to laugh. Then tell me why Brooke does not laugh in the brightest room of his life. Grief becomes after it survives too long. Why does the man we know by laughter walk through Hesperia without that tone? Why do songs fill all those golden halls while his best known sound is still unknown? He sings, he grins, he wakes the kingdom. He lives adored beneath warm light. Yet not once does the page give birth to the laugh we need in dark nights. What does that mean? What kind of sound arrives only after a kingdom dies? What kind of joke is born not under chandeliers, but under poison graves and empty skies? If your ho-ho were simple joy, why wait till after love was torn? Why does the skeleton's brightest mark appear only once the flesh has mourned an Hesperia? Why does that name already taste like ash? A music chord, a child, a queen, a sword, a violin, a vanished past. Why does every warm remembered thing already carry funeral air? Why does every candle in that chapter feel like doom is standing there? Was your laugh not joy, but what survived joy's grave? Was it the mask your broken spirit gave? If the brightest room did not create it, why did the dark at last make song? Did grief not silence you, but carve the sound that carried you along? And who are you before the bones, before Laboon, before the mist? Why does history leave your surname blank as if some older truth exists? Why do young broken shadows in the west seem cut from some forgotten line? Is Davy blood asleep in music, hiding where old kingdoms shine? Why does Reuben wear that same strange dusk? Some whisper belongs to buried flame. Why does Hesperia feel like secret blood the holy knights were sent to claim? Did Candle bring a slower rule, dressed in silk and royal grace? Did Brooke first learn the shape of holy violence when it came with a smiling face and story? Why does Gunko wear your echo like a stolen memory? Did Emu touch that island long before Elbaf showed what that could be? Was Brooke shown only one torn instant while the worst was sealed from sight? How many truths can memory lose when mercy cuts them out at night? Brooke, was your laugh not joy, but what survived joy's grave? Brooke, was it the mask your broken spirit gave? If the brightest room did not create it, why did the dark at last make song? Did grief not silence you, but carve the sound that carried you along? Then came the whale, then came the crew, then came the poison in the room, then came the final song for living men, sung under coming doom. And when he
Each voice fell one by one, and 50 years grew teeth and cold. What if that laugh was never comedy, but the last warm fire, refusing to go bold?
Now he walks in underworld rust, with soul solid whispering through the dead. A gentleman's skeleton, yes, but how much hell still crowns that head? If Yomi opened once, what else beneath it still sleeps? Why do his notes disturb the dark like doors and death begin to creep? If Big Mom felt that soul-cut terror, if homies trembled at his song, could Brooks' grief born underworld answer?
Right
Even
there.
note that strikes Simu wrong, he may not be the hand that ends the king. No, dawn belongs to other names. Or could he open one clear wound, through which the final sunlight came? Not clown, not ghost, not only bone. Brook, a ruin that learned to sing alone. If your ho-ho was born from heartbreak, then every joke now hides a scar, and every time he laughs at death, he tells us where the lost things are. So now when I hear that laugh, I do not hear comedy first. I hear Asperia. I hear a queen. I hear Shuri. I hear a room where he was happiest, and still had not yet learned the sound that would outlive him. Yo ho. What a terrible, beautiful thing to survive long enough to hear your grief become your voice. What is freedom? Is it a beautiful lie dressed in flame? What is peace? Is it the silence that follows obedience? They burned the truth, branded the innocent, built their justice on backs bent in grief.
They silenced Nika, the first to laugh inside the shop. The second son,
And in that theater of cruelty, a boy laughed, not because he didn't feel pain, but because he chose to carry.
9 more, which is gonna be somewhere over here, I'm sure.
He shattered the mask of control. He is the heretic of heaven. He is the final son of God. He is Monkey D. Luffy.
See, is this gonna be the last 9, or do I have to keep hunting?
He was born with
Maybe.
no crown, no claim, on the faces that read
3 more.
fire untamed in the sea where kings devour the weak. He spoke of dreams when no one dared to speak. He didn't wear justice like a badge. He didn't worship names carved into flags. He walked the broken, the hungry, the shame, and called them brothers, not by blood but by pain. What kind of fool sees beauty in a world like this? Perhaps the only one who could set it ablaze.
he saw
But defiance. He is the voice beneath the lash, the fire buried in the trash, the one who bleeds for those unseen, who rips the root, not just the green, not made for worship, nor built to serve. He is the tremor in the curve, a boy, perhaps, but make no mistake, he is the price your kings forsake.
They silenced Nika, they buried joy.
The final sun god. He is Monkey D. Luffy.
They erased the name that knew too much. Joy boy, they call him. The truth they clutch. Oh, how burn. The scholars screamed. They killed the past to protect their scheme.
But the void speaks in inherited will, and Luffy is the echo that won't stay still. He doesn't know his place in lore, but his heartbeat pounds the ancient war. What if the world fears not the blade, but the boy who remembers what joy once made?
In Wano beneath the
missing-
full sun.
Missing a few things.
Children stitched up eyes, smiles forged in slavery's hand, while tyrants gorged on poison land.
He fell, he broke, the drums began, the rhythm older than any clan.
There he stood, hair white, soul burned the sun, not divine, but yearning.
Power.
He is the blasphemy they
Protection, I need 95 out of 78. I need 95 energy and I currently producing 78. Oh, that's gonna be a pain. Just gonna have to produce solar panels for now.
He is the final spark, he is the final sun god, he is Monkey D. Luffy. Will the slaves of your joy never see the sea? Will the world government ever smile? Will we rot beneath denial? What is the cost of deal? A question buried under centuries is rebellion or refusal to forget. And Luffy never asks, he acts. He's not only Nika reincarnate, he's not only Joy reborn. He's not only prophecy fulfilled, he is anomaly, an interruption, a scar across the divine plan. Not because he seeks to lead, but because he refuses to follow. He danced in chains, and the gods bleed. He is the blade that never rusts, the drum that shatters sacred dust, the joke that kings pretend to scorn until it drowns them in the storm. He is joy carved into grief, a truth that offers no relief. Not only savior, not only symbol, but soul and fire, who climbs higher and higher. Nika, Joy Boy.
I need titanium. Let's see. Need magnesium.
Do not call me monster first. I was a child before I was a weapon. I was a son before I was a slave. I was a father before the world numbered my bones. This was my only crime. Why did God punish me? Like I invented pain. They said I was king, yet I owned no throne. Only a church, a Bible, and a room of stone. Bonnie laughed at windows she could not pass, while blue scales bloomed like I told her stories of islands and skies, while hiding all the fear behind my eyes. She asked for the seed with a birthday smile, and I counted every day like a trial. Then mercy came dressed like a scientist door, with papers, wires, and a government roar. Save the child, they said, but pay the fee. Your body, your name, your memory. Take my flesh, leave her mourning. Take my mind, leave her see. If a father must become nothing, let nothing still remember me. I signed away the man I used to be.
Good. I can actually craft from here now. Good.
Could
Hey.
taste the sea. Piece by piece, I became less prayer, more metal, more order, less anyone there. They copied my face into weapons of war. And still, I asked what saving was for. Why did the kind become the thing they fear? Why did my hands heal others, then vanish from my dear? I saw her once, eating alive, where, and I stood outside like a ghost in the air. I could have called her name, I could have run, but love sometimes
Rocket
dies.
is 345k, okay. That's
So
fine.
the child sees the sun. Bonnie,
We'll work on that.
if you ever touch my memories, do not hate the pain. The pain is not a curse. It's only diary. Do not make me write it. Every wound says, I want it to stay. Every I am sorry. I was your father from far away. A shadow writing letters they would never let stay. I lost my voice, my will, my face, but not the love they could not erase. I raised your last light through the storm, kept her small hands alive and warm. If heaven took all that made me a man, let the sea remember I love you still can. Do not call me violent. Do not call me machine.
We're back online yet?
Call me the man who gave
Okay, we're back online.
because one
Barely.
child needed tomorrow.
Okay, actually, we're actually online decently well
And
now.
if Bonnie reaches the sea, if she laughs without chains, if she sees
Heat should
me
go up
as
now
dawn
quicker than it
with
was.
her own free eyes, then let them keep my body. Let them keep my name. I was Kuma. I
Skimming.
was kind.
345k, we're waiting on that.
I would suffer it all again.
Also needing that. I would love to have the T3 veggie tube, and I actually think I had a...
I was kind. And still, I would
That'll do it.
suffer it all again.
Oxygen's going up a little quicker now, good. We're going to find a bunch more silicone then. That's a little better at least. Crafting. Got those now. Well, that's a slight issue. Could do that and that. But we'll do that. I need to die. I need to get myself killed so I can get out from under this thing. Can't do that with the amount of oxygen I had. That's fine. I know my oxygen's critical, but I also can't get out from under this thing, so. Do I get a map? I sent a asteroid attraction on that. Okay, so heat's going up a lot quicker now.
He never sought a crown or fame. He never bowed, he never tamed. He fought for one, oh, played it.
Because if we get water, I feel like this is going to be a place that fills up with water quickly.
Candlelight dies, crucifix blade, sharp gold eyes.
Okay.
Cross on his chest, cross on his blade, a hawk looking down from the highest place. No crew, no barren, no need for noise, just a warlord with a gentleman's voice. The night has teeth, the sword must have wings. Whole ships go down in one breath, one swing. No rage in the cut, no thrill in the fight, just a cold black line through the morning light. No screams, no warning, no mercy, no wrath, just the hush of the grave in the wake of his path. Black blade, name for the night. The moon hangs low in a crescent of light. Cross your heart and hope to die. Say your last prayer to the bleeding sky. Hawkeye, nowhere to hide. A reaper unleashed on the darkest tide. Night comes calling in red and black. Death wears a cross, feathered hat. Death wears a cross and a feathered hat. War becomes a tired thing, just another song for a steel ring. In a ruined land where the wild things fight, hollow ghosts drift through the walls at night. No feast, no court, just a kingdom's remains, full of gloomy despair and old blood stains. When you've killed every rule, down every name, the crown begins to feel cold, glory tastes the same. No fear, no fury, no blood on it. Just a burning gate in the dark alone. Black blade, name for the night. The moon hangs low in a crescent of light. Cross your heart and hope to die. Say your last prayer to the bleeding sky. Hawkeyes, nowhere to hide. A reaper unleashed on the darkest tide. Night comes calling in red and black. Death wears a cross and a feathered hat.
That's not a good thing. We're having issues building. Let me figure out best way to fix this.
Still grows and now flame burns with a demon's glow. No victory lies
I know.
flame before it can rise to the claim that it made. What kind of legend teaches the hand that swore to take the throne where he stands? What kind of foe would feed the spark that someday could rise and cut through the dark? 3 blades below and a promise intact. A wound on his chest, but none on his back. Black blade, named for the night. The moon hangs low in a crescent of light. Cross your heart and hope to die. Say your last prayer to the bleeding sky. Hawk eyes, nowhere to hide. A reaper unleashed on the darkest tide. Night comes calling in red and black. Death wears a cross and a feathered hat. Let the bells ring low as the brave men fall. Let the shadows bow in the empty hall. Black blade, hear them all weep. The moon hangs low over the endless deep. The candle fades and the dark waves roll. Coffin sails back to its desolate home.
After Shanks came back to Marie Joyce, everything started to tilt. Holy night marks on his arm, a twin in armor, a father with a smile too sharp. After that, their swords look switched, their coats trade eras like lies changing clothes. Marineford stops when red hair speaks once. The Garosai pour tea for red hair in a silent room. On Elbaf, a prince in chains refuses the halo and
See if that fixes it.
A giant says he has seen this masked man somewhere before. If Figgle and secrets stay inside Figgle and blood, how do we know which red hair we are looking at? And what they really want? If the night saber curves like the blade we see on deck, and the uncle's guard looks cut for a throne room neck, is that just noble steel recycled through one line? Or did 2 brothers trade their weapons when they crossed a hidden spine? If past holy Shanks wears a coat that present Shamrock wears today, and present Shamrock's cape echoes what the Emperor throws in spring. Those just costume rhymes inside the artist's hand. Oh, quiet signals that red hair is a mask they both can stand. Is it Shanks or Shamrock when they whisper red hair? Is it Pyro, holy night, heaven's air? If the switch began the day, walk through that gate. How many times have we traded places while we argue fate?
Much better.
If Garland smiles like a monster in the panels that we see, is that his true nature, a part of a script only Joy Boy knows how to. If Shanks returned to Vegas and learned his father's name, learned his brother's place inside that holy dream, did they speak in quiet corridors about a world that must be torn? Did he learn they always watched him from the day that he was born? If Emu's marks can cut their nerves like hooks beneath the skin, do they play obedient devils while they reflect on to win? If Figurland is a secret deed that no one else can read, are they hosting centuries ghost or just another greedy breed? If a single ship in Marineford makes emeralds cheat their hands, is that only Uncle Balance or a family higher than their brands? If the war ends when red hair speaks and no one says him no, is it Shanks with Rogers Echo or Shamrock in his clothes?
Let's go grab the rest of the base then. I'm gonna be honest, I think the first step we do, move power over there next.
A giant half remember. The rest is if until a Figaro blade finally points at Emu. You learn whether red hair was justice or just another beautiful lie. They say a lion dies when the neck breaks. They say a law dies when the ink runs dry. But some vows keep breathing after the witnesses lie. The sea does not remember. The sea repeats. And it repeats one name like a bell that refuses to end. Joy boy. So stand still. Not for comfort, for clarity. A name that survives silence is either holy or dangerous. Did he laugh because he loved them? Because he knew they'd never learn? Was his smile pure? Or a knife with no blood to burn? If freedom is a party, why did the world build graves for more? If drums mean liberation, why do they sound like war? Joy boy, was your joy a torture trap? Did your smile teach hope? Why the map? Why kneel to Poseidon deep below his promised God as king? Why does Noah sleep till appointed time? Who appointed sun? they scatter poneglyphs like seed, so future minds would learn to see. Did Emo watch from flowered shadow and call it order? A city tried to be free. If Joy Boy stood against him laughing, was his sin that he was early, or that he saw too clear? Who was Joy Boy when the world was whole? Was he crowned or was he whole? Was he first or was he king? Was he joke or prophecy? Did he fail or build a stage? Did he lose or write a page? When that final party shakes the sea, will we say new dawn, or simply see what Joy Boy meant to be? Not every smile is mercy. Some smiles are warnings and light. So when you hear drums under storm, ask why they fear to laugh enough to erase the pain at night. Joy Boy. Let the record be open. Not as rumor, as recital. They said the first son was buried under order. They said laughter was outlawed, then renamed legend. And now a boy's heartbeat keeps striking the same forbidden measure. So I ask the hall, not the heavens. When an ancient rhythm returns wearing a straw hat, do you call it accident? Or the dead finally arriving? Son. Was it a hungry hand, dead reaching for food and fill, or a fire reaching up, refusing to stay late? If it is only well, why do the dead not start to wait? Why do nations lift their faces like they heard the same old thing? Did Joy Boy leave a wound in tides no surgery could heal? Did Nika hide a drumbeat inside the world sealed steel? If his grin is just a pirate joke scribbled small in
So we went
ink
from
and font,
1.2 to 13, so I really only need one at the moment.
Tell me, who? A reckless captain or a covenant come true? Is he a mistake the sea kept, or a verdict left free? Is he the echo of a promise returning brutally? Sun God, he does not ask for thrones, he asks who still will lead. He does not count bloodlines, he counts the broken at his feet. Where he walks, old flags remember how to move, and chains begin to tremble like they forgot what they used to. Fishman Island sleeps beneath the sky they painted sweet and kind, but sweetness can be prison when it hides the sun from mine. No, a dream is in the silence of a breath that lifts the weight. A child
I think it's time to start purging inventories at the base. Keeping power up while we're moving stuff, so actually I think maybe where we need to go first is move power.
Remember comfort. Prophecy does not seek purity. It seeks refusal. Joy Boy was the promise broken. Nika was the drum concealed. Moment both return, not to beg, but to reveal. When
Well,
the
that's
red
all
oil
those.
cracks and every blue ring has its own name. Ask the ocean what it waited for. Through 800 years of shame, it will not answer with a title. It will exhale one sound. The old, forbidden flame. Sun God Luffy. Sun God Luffy. Took no loss of time shared between the two. Ragnar led with roaring force. Arik saw what others knew. No order spoke, no trust was thin. Each move matched without a sound. Who as one in storm and sin? No force unseen could cut them down. Then in the dark a relic shone, a compass carved of bone and gold. It shows your deepest wants they learn, but leads you where your soul is sold. Hey, walls of the sea stand tall, two hearts beating through it all. Hey, brothers of tide now call, nothing in this world can make them fall. Hey, walls of the sea rise high, storm and fire in their eyes. Bound as one they claim the foam, the endless ocean is their home. They turned the dial, the needle burned, it pulled them through the jagged reef. Ragnar saw a throne of waves, Arik saw a path of green. The ship struck hard, the hull was torn, cold black water filled the deck. Killing slid to cry for help, Ragnar stood and turned his head. Erik shouted, grab his hand, but Ragnar chose the course instead. He held the compass, not the man, and watched the sea take Helen dead. You let him drown to chase a crown. I chose a future we can take. You chose yourself, you let him down. Then stand aside or you will break. Hey, wolves of the sea, now fight. Brother, turn it in the night. Hey, broken bond, hear the call. Light is gone and shadows fall. Hey, wolves of the sea, now dare. What was one is in pair. Steel replaces what was hard. From the drift apart. Ragnar sailed for power and fear. Burned fruits that blocked his way. Erik moved in shadowed ports, took his men and slipped away. He broke the roots, he stole the charts, turned the tides against his kin. Every step to stop the curse, every step to deeper sin. Both men chased the compass called to where the sea began to roar. They knew the end would take them.
steel, fire wounds that will not heal. Shadows strike and counter. Two brothers deal the final blow. We were stronger side by side, and I let that brother die. Now the compass lost below, still it waits for hearts to show what they want and what they lose. Wolves of the sea must always choose.
Time to drink a pirate brew. The wind is strong, we sail along. The ocean shows the way. Over the sea so blue and great, our bright ship moves, it can't be late. Our captain shouts with happy bouts, we follow him all day. Bid farewell to all the coast, Alufi loves it most. Sing this tune under the moon before we set our sails. We cross through ice and fire sting, the water spray makes us all sing. Dark and light, with all our might, our sailing never fails. Yo! To drink our pirate brew. We are pirates brave and true. We fight the angry sea. We rest our heads upon the foam. The good ship keeps us far from home. Hoisted high upon the mast, our jolly Roger flies. The sky is high beyond the view. A sudden storm breaks through the blue. The waves all leap from out the deep. So beat the heavy drum. Be strong, my friends, and do not fear. The morning sun will soon be here. Stomp your feet and clap your hands until the good times come. Yo, 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 yo. To cry, our good times stay the same. Our life is like a fast bright dream, chasing that great golden gleam. When night is near, we feel no fear. The wind calls out our name. Call out all of the crew. It's time to drink our pirate brew. Sing the song and play along for all the world to know. It does not change for every man. One day he turns to bone, my fan. So tell your tale and never fail, wherever you may go.
Well, that's unfortunate.
History is written in light and shadow. A tale told by the victors, the fallen left hollow. 3 worlds, 3 wars, 3 shattered suns. And still the fire burns, dragon's breath and blood will run. In chaos there is void. Will the sun rise, or will fate be destroyed? Is this salvation? Oh, another cruel lie, how many must fall before the gods finally die?
That looks a little better at least. Now I need to go here, make another water, then we can do a food grower right here. Enraged by the flame, and so the first Nika was lost to the name. 1,000 tides later, a new sun arose, a warrior, a rebel in shackles and woes. He heard the cries of the ones enslaved, but was Joy Boy a savior or just fate's new slave? Men became gods by slaying the light. The sea raged in sorrow, drowning the fight. The half-moon dreamed, the winged ones fell, and the sun's golden laughter turned into a knell. They can't be met again. In chaos there is void. Will the sun rise, or will fate be destroyed? Is this salvation, or another cruel lie? How many must fall before the gods finally die? The troubled shadow remembers the promised day. The moon sings of fate, but who will obey? The sun god dances, but does he yet know? He walks the same path where the lost sons fell below. Red line stands tall, but the cracks start to spread. Emu grips the world, but their hands shake in dread. Will the tides part? Will the chains break free? Or will Luffy's dawn be just history's debris? The first sun burned, the gods cast him down. The second sun fought, yet still wore the crown. The third sun rises, but the cycle still spins. Will he break it? Or fall where it begins?
the sound. The sea took flesh, the sea took bone, but it never took the song I own. Keep on singing through the foam. I was young when the curtain called, a poor fool on the edge of the world. I had in case strapped across my back and a pocket full of half-finished words. No gold in sight, no crown in hand, just a crew with a flag and forgot my name, I know. The world sailed off and let it go. But every night I drew that bow for the whale below. The red lines glow. Were you still there, lifting your head into the air? Did you think we broke our word or wait for footsteps you never heard? Some nights that silence bit so cold, meaner than any blade I'd hold. Still music kept my ribs in line and pulled me through the hollow tongue. Then a boy came grinning in a straw hat, like the sea itself had laughed at that. No fear of bones, no fear of ghosts, just wonder where the rest of us froze. And all those empty years turned light, fell off me clean in a single night. A new crew gathered round my sound, and I knew I'd found my way back down. The swordsman smirked, the cook complained, the navigator counted all the rain. The sniper lied, the doctor cried, and I had family by my side. Lift your cup and join the round. Hear that fiddle cup the sound. The sea took flesh, the sea took bone, but it never took the song I own. I keep on singing through the foam. For every brother lost to time, for every hand that missed the climb, for every promise still to keep, for every song sunk deep, the rumba choir still rides the wave. Hear the old bells call the grave. The boom, my friend, I'm still on my way till we meet again. A new crew, a new song, a place where the lost still belong. And once again,
The bow ran true through all the salt, straight back to you. A song for the ones who never came home, a song for the hearts that roamed alone, a song the ocean will repeat in every crest, in every beat. A promise kept, a tune remembered, a soul that kept on playing. Got noise in my brain. No off switch, it loops, it plays it back. Every moment stored like it never fades back. Built a system just to hold the flood, but the flood adapted, now it lives in blood. I try to mute it, I try to hide, but it's louder when I stay inside. They told me calm down, but it multiplies. Now I hear emotions in disguise. I feel everything, everything, everything. I feel everything, everything. It never stops inside of me. I'm not a machine. No, I'm not a machine. No, I feel everything, and it's running through me. I feel it all, I can't shut it down. I feel it all, it moves through sound. I'm not a machine. No, I feel everything. No filter on the input, I take it all. Every micro moment leaves a mark, a call. I turn the overload into something clear. What broke me before now disappears. They escape what they feel, I let it in. Let it crash, let it burn, let it spin. I feel everything, everything, everything. It never stops inside. I'm not a machine. No, I'm not a machine. I feel everything, and it's running through me. I feel it all, I can't shut it down. I feel it all, it moves through sound. I'm not a machine, no. I feel everything. They escape what they feel, I let it in. Let it crash, let it burn, let it spin. I feel everything, everything, everything. I feel everything. It never stops inside of me. I'm not a machine. No, I'm not a machine. I feel everything, and it's running through me. I feel it all, I can't shut it down. I feel it all, it moves through sound. I'm not a machine, no. I feel everything.
I know we grew up a little too fast. I miss the days that we chill and relax. Where did the time go? It all passed. Now I need to go back. I had no worries, but always had plans. Only thing I did was pick out the trash. Now it's much harder to laugh. Hard to get up and not work on my craft. I need inspiration. Don't need no validation. No more medication. Should try some meditating. I don't need you to save me. Feel like all of you hate me. Everything's been so hard with all the situations lately. I just need to numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. I family. When I was young, they would all look after me. I don't know why, but I feel like a burden. I spent my life overthinking my purpose. Can't really cry, I'm so used to the hurt. The trauma keeps flipping me up. I just wanna numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. Well, maybe I'm done, maybe I've lost. Still putting up a fight because I love my mom, I love my family. When I was young, they would all look after me. I don't know why, but I feel like a burden. I spent my life overthinking my purpose. Can't really cry, I'm so used to the hurt. The trauma keeps flipping me at the wrong moment. I just wanna numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. Numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain.
From the gallows, no mercy was mine. They strung me up, said my crimes crossed the line, but the rope couldn't hold what the sea set free. I'm the ghost in the dark and I rule the sea. I burn their flags, turn the tide to my name. A shadow, a storm, their fear fuels my flame. No gods to worship, no rules to obey. The villain was born when they threw me away. I am the villain, the wind's wicked son. The blade in your back when the daylight is gone. With thunder behind me and fire ahead, I take what I want and I leave you for dead. They turned on my name, tried to silence my flame, but the sea lit a fire and gave me my claim. I gather the broken, the outlaws, the damned. Together we rise, the seas in our hands. From the depths of the wreckage, we carved out a crown with no kingdom of gold, but the power to drown. Every coin in my hand is a lie they once sold. Now the villain is richer than kings ever told. I am the villain, the storm in the black, the howl of the wind when there's no turning back. With cannon fire singing and steel in my grin, the devil's own shadow, I always win. They speak of my sins, but they never recall how their greed lit the match that started it all. The empire they built on the backs of the weak, their fate is now mine, their strength couldn't speak. Don't ask forgiveness, I don't need their grace. The sea is my weapon, my heart and my place. Call me the villain, but this much is true. I'd rather be
hated, then bow down like you. I am the villain, the fire and flame, the one who will carve out the world in my name. The steel in my hand and a crew by my side, the waves on my throne and the storm is my guide. The sea is my ally, the winds know my name. A pirate of legend, I play no one's game. The shadows approach and the horizon turns clear. I strike without mercy, I am your worst fear.
てめえ聞こえなかったのか。頭吹き飛ばす。ピストルを抜いたからには命をかけろよ。え？何言ってやがる。こいつは脅しの道具じゃねえって言ったんだ。はあ。やりやがったなてめえ。卑怯？甘えこと言ってんじゃねえ。聖者で相手にするつもりだ。お前らの目の前にいるのは海賊だぜ。俺は酒や食い物を頭からぶっかけられようが大抵のことは笑って見過ごしてやる。だがな、どんな理由があろうと俺は友達を傷つけるやつは許さない。
So red is the color of blood, and so red is the rose's bloom. It's the hue of war and of love, and the mark of that pirate crew. The captain so cheerful and kind, also bold and brave, you'll see. They admire him for being so nice. He's your friend if you
I look into the glass, but it's not my face. Something in the dark trying to take my place. Silent screams echo in my head, fighting the voice that I thought was dead. Step by step, I'm losing control. There's something alive deep in my soul. I try to hide it, lock it away, but now it's breaking out of the cage. I see the beast inside my eyes, breathing rage I can't disguise. I try to scream but I can't break free. Which one of us is the real me? In the mirror, truth revealed. Every scar that I tried to conceal, cold in my chest, burning inside. There's nowhere left for me to hide. Getting stronger every day. I feel myself start to fade away. Will I fight or let it win? Am I the man or the monster within? I see the beast inside my eyes, breathing rage I can't disguise. I try to scream but I can't break free. Which one of us is the real me? Rise again. This is where I can't it's me. There's no escape in the end. Now I stand
Pressure's gonna go up quicker now.
and so is the fight.
Theoretically now have a map. Okay, theoretically I can just yes. Oh. up, meaning I'll have an algae generator soon. Pressure's going up, meaning I'll have that soon.
One hand could drop. Mercy don't mean that the pain has to stop. No blade in her hand, no shield on her arm. Just holy light burning like a warning charm. They laughed too loud, then the whole room froze.
I really need that.
Knuckles in the green light rose. The healer is the final boss. Holy hands and a violent cross. She'll knock you down, then patch you right. That's how mercy wins a fight. She heals with a fist in your face. Blessed knuckles, violent grace. You can fall, but you won't die. That's her mercy.
I want more. I need more heat. So crafting.
Bandits block the road and run. Steal out laughing in the dust. The captain said, "One fight when wolves. Send your strongest one to us." The fighter stood, the rogue leaned in. The mage said, "Maybe let me try." But the healer stepped in front of them with the crooked grin and glowing eyes. He said, "Girl, I asked for muscle." He said, "Cute, you asked for pain." Wrapped holy light around her fist and walked right into the ring. No sword in her hand, no fear in her bones, just healing light humming in dangerous tones. He swung too slow, she moved too clean. One blessed punch and he saw God's in green. The healer is the final boss. Holy hands and a violent cross. She'll knock you down, then patch you right. That's how mercy wins a fight. She heals with a fist in your face. Blessed knuckles, violent grace. You can fall, but you won't die. That's her mercy.
Now,
Don't ask why.
toxic eruptions will be soon. Really soon.
Hit the ground, but his ribs stayed whole. His broken pride got healed with his nose. He tried to crawl, she said not yet. Then fixed his jaw and made him sweat. The bandit stared with empty eyes. The strongest fighter just learned to fly. She smiled and said, "Next patient, please." And all the tough guys found their knees. No blood on the road, no grave in the dirt. Just one bad lesson that really hurt. She bowed so sweet, then turned away. The party whispered, "Please don't train us today." She don't need a killing blow, she don't need to end your breath. She can beat you black and blue and drag you right back from death. That's the wrong way, that's the right way. That's the right way to make bad men pray. Soft little healer, say it again. She'll heal what she breaks, then break it again. The healer is the final boss. Holy hands and a violent cross. She'll knock you down, then patch you right. That's how mercy wins a fight. She heals with the fist in your face. Blessed knuckles, violent grace. You can fall, but you won't die. That's her mercy. Don't ask why. It's the hardest. Don't look so surprised. She can save your little heartbeat or knock stars into your eyes. The healer is the final boss. The healer is the final boss. No sword, no shield, no loss. The healer is the final boss. Send your strongest, send your brave. She'll put them down and heal what she gave. No one dies, but everybody learns when the healer smiles and the holy fist burns. smoke, I raised my hand into the dark, and this is what I spoke. Me a swarm. Let the heavens split apart, send the fire through the night, and drive it through their hearts. Me a swarm. I have carried ash and flame. Fireball was just the lesson. Now the sky forgets their name. Me a swarm. Four suns falling at my call. If they wanted war from me, then I will give them all. No more warning, no more fear, no more waiting for the dawn, no more begging fate for mercy when the last defense is gone. I was patient, I was wise, I was everything they asked. Now the stars descend in fury and the future hits them fast. Me a sword. Let the heavens split apart, send a fire through the night, and drive it through their hearts. Me a sword. I have carried ash and blame. Fireball was just the lesson. Now the sky forgets their name. Me a sword. Four suns falling at my call. If they wanted war from me, then I will give them all. The dragon turned its burning crown, the lich began to grin. The general raised a final blade like death itself would win. Then shadows broke beneath my feet, the clouds were torn in two, and every soul on that black field looked up and finally knew. One for the tyrants, one for the throne, one for the armies at the gate.
Third impused, let's see. Transport. We're only at, we're not even at an impused.
Hear the ending in the air. When a wizard runs out of mercy, even God stepped back and stared. The sky came down in molten gold, the earth became a drum. The towers cracked, the night gave way, the end at last had come. My party stood in violet awe, their faces bright with fear. The rogue just laughed, the bard went pale, the paladin said dare. Let the heavens split apart, send the fire through the night, and drive it through their hearts. I have carried ash and blame. Fireball was just the lesson. Now the sky forgets their name. Four suns falling at my call. If they wanted war from me, then I will give them all. So write it in the shattered storm, where all great warnings start. She learned with spark, she rose with flame, and ended war with stars. The final word, the wrath above them all. Fireball was just the tutorial. This was the real fall.
Ground shakes, the sky will break, but still I stand. No step I take, the world may fall, I will not sway. The storm will pass, I hold my way. No fear inside, no turning back. One step ahead, I stay on track.
Let the scroll be opened. Not for applause, for warning. World governments, politics,
There's another area cleared.
and shadow rulers who never stand for counting. If freedom is preached so loudly, why do the streets keep learning
Maybe
the
I should
language
start
of
preparing
mourning?
to go over to that.
Why do rulers bless the cameras, then curse the unseen phone? Why do they crown themselves guardians while guarding only throne? Why do they call it public service when the public pays in bone? Why do they call it national interest when the nation stands alone? Why do they praise freedom in sermons, then sell it as a brand? Why do they build a cage from language, then call the cage a land? Why do they say obey for safety with a gentle, open hand? Why does that hand close into law the moment you understand? And therefore name the justice. And therefore carry blame. That the winners keep to dress it. When it changes with a name. Who writes the verdict before the trial is even done? Who edits the testimony until the truth cannot run? If truth is light, why must it beg to pass the gate? If lies are weak, why do they need them to govern state? Why do they erase the history, then call the gap peace? Why do they rewrite the chapter, then command you to release? Why do they burn the old records, then preach you must believe? Why do they seal the archives, then ask you not to grieve? Why do they rename the massacre as order being restored? Why do they rename the stolen as security ensured? Why do they call the rebels terror when rebels only asked? Why do they call the victims rumor when rumor wears a mask? Who decides what you remember and what you must forget? Who labels truth as danger and calls the silence best? If history is a weapon, why is it held by few? If the people are a body, why is the mind untrue? Why are normal people puppets, pulled by screens and fear? Why does the string look like a pinion while the hand stays near? Why do they feed the crowd a villain to keep the crowd divided? Why do they sell a culture war so class stays undivided? Why do they flood the day with noise till wisdom cannot stand? Why do they reward the loudest liar with a podium and band? Why do they call it balanced debate when facts are set on fire? Why does exhaustion feel like peace when it is only wire? A fool is not born, he is instructed. A man is not ignorant, he is exhausted. And exhaustion is the incense that makes a cage feel normal. Why do they speak of peace in daylight, then ships steal at dusk? Why do they call it deterrence when it feeds the cannon's tusk? Why do they paint a war as mercy with diplomatic art? Why do they count the bodies later when the contract did its part? Why do they need an enemy each season to be feared? Why do they bless the battlefield, then act as if they cared? Why does peace become a slogan while budgets turn to blade? Why does grief become statistics once the headline starts to fade? And therefore name the justice, and therefore wear the blame. That the winners used to dress it, when it changes with a name. World governments, politics, rulers who holds the hidden rod, shadow rulers who never kneel, yet teach the crowd to nod. If freedom is a promise, why does it come with chains? If peace is truly sacred, why does it profit from pain? So read the slogan slowly. Watch who sells you freedom like a product.
Watch who calls you citizen, then treats you like a tool. And when the winners write the justice, ask what they erased first to make it look so clean.
Let's get back to base, I guess, and update some of the base. Probably should get a biodome over there.
Blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Strike, turn, hammer and burn, the bellows teach and the fires burn. Iron, oil, temper and toil, the forge ain't hot if your blood don't boil.
Oh, that'll be a lot of oxygen right there.
To slay that evil heel, a sword that gleams
13
like
versus
diamonds that
20.
can make the darkness kneel. Blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Hear that anvil ring, echo song of the hammer swing. Shape, grind, polish and shine, the world ain't ready for a work so fine. Blacksmith, forge me a blade, for to purge the blight, which creeps upon this world we love to take from us the light. Blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, and when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night. Blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night.
Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. They should have made sure I stayed down. Crown cracked open on a cold stone floor. They counted my pieces, then they locked the door. Kings gave orders, soldiers drew lines, buried my name under smoke and lies. I heard every boot step fading away, heard every prayer they were too scared to say. All the king's horses, all the king's men stood over the wreckage and called it the end. But broken bones remember, and scars don't forget. You can bury a monster, but you can't kill regret.
Humpty Dumpty fell from the wall.
But the fall didn't finish him, no, not at all. All the king's horses
And all the king's men
but the eyes still burn. Whole world watch now, it's my turn. I stitch my shadow with wire and rage. Turned every fracture into armor blade. They made me a warning, made me a ghost. Made me the story they feared the most. Sent in the cavalry, sent in the crown. But I was the thing they couldn't keep down. No mercy in the mirror, no peace in the past. When a man breaks once, he learns how to laugh.
Humpty Dumpty fell from the wall,
But the fall didn't finish him, no, not at all. All the king's horses
and all the king's men
couldn't put him back together again. So he rebuilt in the fire,
with blood on his hands,
one piece at a time.
like a dead man's command.
Now the wall's coming down,
And the kingdom will bend.
'cause Humpty Dumpty
Got up again.
piece by piece, bone by bone, I made a throne from the place I broke. Brick by brick, name by name, I came back wrong, but I came back changed.
All the king's horses
All the king's men
couldn't put Humpty.
together again.
Humpty Dumpty fell from the wall.
But the fall didn't bury him, no.
Oh, not at all.
All the king's horses
And all the king's men
prayed they'd never see his face again. He rebuilt in the fire,
with war in his chest,
crawled out of ruin.
and lay fear to rest.
Now the wall's coming down,
And the crown meets its end.
'cause Humpty Dumpty
Got up again.
you broke me once. That was your mistake.
They called me a tyrant, a weapon, a ghost, wrapped in armor. But before I was anything else, I was her father. They erased my voice, they rewrote my face, they turned my breath into orders. But even steel remembers, and somewhere deep inside still leaves the man they once called cool. I was born where freedom dies, where clouds don't move and justice lies. My father dared to speak one word and paid with blood no one heard. The kings declared us filth and sin. They burned our names, they crushed our kin. And there I stood too young to flee, already lost, already near. She found me crying in the cold, Ginny bright and 10 years old. She smiled like spring inside a storm, her laughter strange, her hands still warm. We dreamt of running far from chains, of skies untouched by holy names. But fate will hunt what dares to hope, and Ginny fell beneath their rope. They took her, dressed her up in silk, and sent her back, drained white as milk. A gift, a curse, a closing breath, and Bonnie came, and Ginny left. She was so small, she barely cried, but when she laughed, the world complied. I held her close and told her tales of oceans blue and endless sails. But sickness crept in quiet sleep, and gods don't come when fathers weep. They said her life would cost too much, and all I had was love and touch. reach. So I walked up the gilded stairs to Saturn's gaze, to holy prayers. I dropped my name and broke my pride. To save my child I stepped inside. They asked me why I chose the chain, why I embraced eternal pain. But no man with a daughter near can trade her life for something clear. I gave my thoughts, I gave my face, and vanished from the human race. They say I died, I say I stayed, a silent vow I never betrayed. Because I wasn't their dog, their tool. I wasn't just some monstrous rule. I was through every fire they lit, her father, her shield. I was Kuma. Vigapunk with genius cold said you'll forget, but parts will hold. He scanned my soul, he marked my mind, and promised love can still survive. But what's a thought without a name? What's hope if I can't feel the flame? Each wire turned my breath to dust, but I remembered because I must. They painted me in warlord shade, but I was just the shell they made. Pacifist, a weapon born from flesh that mourns, from steel that's torn. I killed when ordered, smiled when told, and held the weight of blood grown cold. But deep inside where light still lives, my love for her refused to give. For 2 long years I did not move. I stood her silent wall, her proof. Outside the sunny wind and rain, I bore it all to break her chain. They kicked, they cursed, they laughed, they tried to shame a shell they thought had died. But even stripped of every right, I stayed because I still held light. I told her tales of Nika's fight, of drums that shook the dead of night, of joy that burns through every chain, of gods who fear a laughing flame. She asked, will he come for us too? And I just smiled, he always do. For when the skies begin to rise and tyrants drown in open sky, she'll hear those drums and know it's true, that somewhere in the sound is proof of every step I dared to take, and every vow I'd never fake. Not king, not beast, not warlord tomb. I was the man who stayed for truth. I was the myth the codes consumed, but never crushed. I was Kuma. Saturn watched as if divine, but all I saw was death and shine. He sat while Ginny screamed for breath. He stood while Bonnie begged the rest. A god in name of void and soul, who sees no pain and pays no toll. He said, forget who you once were, but love is something he'll never incur. They think they scrub me clean and dry, but even silence learns to cry. One face, one laugh, one tiny hand still walked with me through every land. She is the code they couldn't change. She is the name I still arrange. And even if I fade from view, don't let them stain it with their shame. Just was cruel.
Here is the tale of a crew set apart, each soul once adrift, now bound by one heart. Through storm, flame, and sorrow, their legend was spun, all for the dream of their captain, the sun.
He stood with 3 blades and a soul made of steel, tied to a cross, refusing to kneel. He found a captain and follows him now, their goals united by vow.
She mapped out the seas with a tremble and grin, stealing from pirates to pay for her kin. Then came a laugh and a fistful of light. He freed her and gave back her fight.
He spoke of giants and battles he'd won, a coward in jest, always ready to run. The captain just grinned and said, give it a try. So he boarded the ship with the stars in his eyes. They sail with ghosts in the sails and fire in their wake, led by a smile no storm could break. A crew of the fallen, the fierce and the free, not by decree, but bound by a dream. A chef with a lighter and hands made to feed, who bowed to no king, but served those in need. He dreamed of a sea where all flavors unite, and followed the man who believed he just might.
Born with a gift that made others flee, he stitched up his heart to silence the beast. Then came a voice wild and sure as the sea, you're one of us now, come follow me.
She ran through ruins with blood on her hands, a child tormented by elite commands, till a voice simply asked if she wanted the sun, and she found a place to belong to someone. They sail with ghosts in the sails and fire in their wake, led by a smile no storm could break. A crew of the fallen, the fierce and the free, not by decree, but bound by a dream. He shaped a dream with bolts and brass, steel in his hands and a heart built to last.
From silence he rose with a crown made of song, a soul once split but the rhythm stayed strong.
He steered through war with the sea in his veins, a shield for his captain through fire and chains. They sail with ghosts in the sails and fire in their wake, led by a smile no storm could break. A crew of the fallen, the fierce and the free, not by decree, but bound by they sail with ghosts in the sails and fire in their wake, led by a smile no storm could break. A crew of the fallen, the fierce and the free, not by decree, but bound by a dream.
I used to count every crack in the wall, ask in the darkness like a fall. Morning would come
but I never felt new. The sky changed its color, my sorrow stayed blue. Then through the silence I heard someone laugh. A boy wearing sandals, a torn little hat. He challenged the world with the sun in his eyes, and taught my tired heart it was not time to die. He told me he's fiction, a story of frame, but fiction can't reach where no medicine came. To them you were ink brought to color and life. To me you were proof I could live through the night. Oh Luffy, you changed my life. I had become good at saying I'm fine, while quietly breaking one day at a time. I smiled when they looked, then I felt alone, a stranger imprisoned inside of my home. But you never hid what was beating within. You cried without shame, then you laughed once again. You loved without asking what love would return, and stood beside people the whole world would burn. You made every outcast belong to your sea, not for their strength, but for who they could be. A liar, a coward, the world did the strange. You called them your family and watched their hearts change. And somewhere inside me, a small voice appeared. If they can be wanted, why must you disappear? For once I considered that I might belong, that maybe surviving did not make me wrong. You never promised the voyage was kind. You only kept moving and carried your scars. So I held to your laughter whenever I cried, and followed that sound like a map through the dark. Oh Luffy, you carried me home when I had forgotten I wasn't alone. You showed me a smile could challenge despair, and freedom begins when we choose to still care. You may only live where the pages unfold, but you gave me a courage this world never told. When life pressed its blade and demanded my breath, your laughter reminded me, live not yet. Oh Luffy, when I couldn't see light, you lent me your dawn and changed my life. Then Ace disappeared in your trembling embrace, and grief took the sunlight away from your face. He shattered completely, you begged him to stay. The strongest heart broke when his brother slipped away. I watched you collapse and I finally knew that heroes feel helpless and hopelessness too. You didn't grow stronger by hiding the pain. You named what was lost, then stood up again. You counted the people who still held your hand, the hearts that were waiting beyond that dark land. And I counted mine through the tears in my room, one voice then another, still calling me through. You taught me that healing does not mean forget, that scars are the signature sorrow has left. We carry our dead, we remember their names, but carrying ashes does not make us great. You were never fearless, you were afraid and moved, you were never unbroken. You were shattered and choked, not a throne, not a crown, not a world forced to kneel. You wanted the freedom to laugh and to feel, and watching you reach for that impossible sky, I asked myself softly, why shouldn't I try? Oh Luffy, you carried me home when I had forgotten I wasn't alone. You showed me that sorrow could live beside joy, that pain could not bury to life, but stories can rescue us one night at a time. And you will never hear me say your name, or know how close I came to the flame. You will never see what your smile pulled through. A soul that was leaving, but stayed because of you. Now when the darkness returns to my door, I know I have weathered that ocean before. I place my old fear where my courage can see, then laugh at the storm like you taught me to be. Thank you for giving my broken heart a reason to rise. Oh, Luffy, you didn't change my whole world. You changed my life.
Open the black reliquary, not to praise the saint, but to question the hand that polished the stain. Shamrock, red echo of a brother the sea would not bind. Why does your face look like freedom, yet your shadow walks behind? Were you born where God Valley swallowed its prayer, or baptized by the blade that made motherless air? Did Magnolia's blood call both children to flee, yet only one cradle escaped to the sea? Are you Shanks with the salt washed out of his name, or the same red dawn taught to kneel without shame? Did Garland call you air, or did heaven declare a cage can be holy if gold is placed there? Are you blessed or beautifully snared? Which twin was truly spared? If the sea raised one wound beyond prayer, what did Marie Jo raise in there? Was it you in the elder room, half-face concealed, where a pirate's name trembled like truth unrevealed? Did the world accuse Shanks because shadows were fair, or did your hidden side leave suspicion there? Are you evil, or evil's educated son? Are you loyal, or reduced till obedience won? If a child drinks doctrine from a heavenly chair, does the man become monster or proof of despair? Shamrock, tricephalic benediction, 3 mouths guarding 1 contradiction. Are you Cerberus, or Cerberus is chained?
punishment.
Or a prince preserved in pain.
Shamrock, a holy wound in a royal glove.
A brother-made altar.
A brother-made altar, a mirror without love.
When the hound opens hell through the saber you bear.
Do you command the beast?
Or does the beast breathe there?
In Elbaf's dark, did your footsteps taste like law? While giants heard winter inside what they saw, why offer Loki a throne that smelled of a snare? A crown with the leash braided under the hair. Gumco's cold arrows, ropes, sermons in skin. Yet your silence was sharper than violence within. Why does your mercy arrive as a dare, and your patience feel like a grave with clean air?
Ow.
Old priests fear not the beast first. They fear the noble hand that feeds it with scripture. Tell us, Shamrock, were you raised by heaven, or buried inside it? Some say you will bite the throne when dawn takes flame. Some say your soul is already its name. Some say your blood will remember the air when Shank stands before you like unanswered prayer. Good or bad is a shallow cup for such night.
A polished knife
May still dream of light.
but if he moves dark,
Covenant crowns your stand.
one child beneath the stain.
Tis still breathing there.
Shamrock,
Oh, Cerberus,
reliquary,
are you sin made sacred or grief made
military.
If heaven kept you safe from the sea's wild air,
Why the safety sound?
like death in there.
Shamrock,
Oh, clover of the severed line,
one leaf for blood.
one leaf for shrine.
When the final dawn divides the prayer.
Will you guard the throne, or bite what caged you there? Close the reliquary, but leave the question awake. For Shamrock is not only a villain, he is what happens when a stolen child is taught to call the prison inheritance. Cerberus sleeps beside him. A red-haired brother breathes beyond him. And somewhere under the saintly cloth, God Valley is still burning.
Let the lamp be steady. Let the room be still. I will not sing first, I will read. Because some stories are not songs, they are warnings. Harley is not a poem. It is a record carved into living wood. 3 worlds, 3 wars, 3 suns. I will speak them in order, and you will listen in silence. If your heart trembles, that is the point. In the first world, men reached for the sun with greedy hands. They named it sacred progress, while chains still ruled the lands. The bounty
drowned ones lifted prayers with salt around their mouth, and laughter answered suddenly like fire walking south. Was that first son born from mercy or from rage made clean? Did he dance to break the ankle or to shame the unseen? Then earth god rose in fury, the ground began to split. The serpent of hellfire circled and swallowed light bit by bit. They did not only kill the flame, they buried even the name. They turned dawn into a monster and freedom into shame. The first world ended twice, once by fire, once by ink. A murder of the record, so the living would not think. If joy becomes a crime, who writes the guilty law? If truth becomes a threat, who orders it to fall? Harley holds the first panel, like ash inside a bowl. A sun that burned too bright, made silence of the whole. In chaos, there is void. Will the sun rise or will fade be destroyed? Is this salvation or another cruel lie? How many must fall before the false gods die? They will meet again. Tides later, the second son took breath. Joy boy with drums inside his ribs and promises that bled. He heard the chamber crying, he swore the sea would see a sky above the deep ones, a dawn for you and me. Did he promise fishermen daylight, then run out of days? Did 20 crowns come smiling, then drown him in their praise? The second world sank slower, like death that will not sleep, and his polish stayed behind, a scripture in the deep. They call him failure in their halls, yet fear is laughing waves, because the sea remembers names even when it buries graves. Was the ancient kingdom a table where every race could eat, or a feast they shattered open to keep their stolen seed? If the world was washed under, what truth did they conceal? A bridge, a weapon, a vow the ocean still can feel. Harley holds the second panel, like rain that won't depart. A sun that laughed once, then drowned. With a broken heart, they can't be met again. In chaos, there is void. Will the sun rise or will fate be destroyed? Is this salvation or
I thought that would go up quicker now.
how many must fall before the false gods die? They will meet again. Now the third world trembles, the mural speaks of now. A troubled shadow remembers a promise burning vow they call the next sun destroyer, with trembling in their breath, because guilty thrones name sunrise as the cousin of their death. Destroy like the land itself, or destroyed like the lie. Destroyed it like the people, or the throne in the sky. If the red line is a scripture, it starts to crack and bleed. Is that the world ending, or the world becoming freed? In chaos, there is void. Will the sun rise or will fate be destroyed? Is this salvation or another cruel lie? How many must fall before the false gods die? They will meet again. The first son fell in fire, the second fell in death. The third son walks the shoreline, and the wheel is turning yet. So carry this like scripture, not comfort, not a tune, because Harley does not promise peace. It only points to doom.
Crafting, what about all?
Some men burn the world to prove they are right. Some men freeze it silent, just to see what still breathes. One child walked out of fire on a bridge of ice. One old lion fell as snow closed over fists that once taught you to stand. One foolish crew was spared when your hand
Purification's
prevented
going
their
up quickly
dawn.
now. Pressure's kind of slowed down.
One war
Oxygen's
with
kind of
magma left half an island screaming your name. Now you sit beside a pirate who dreams of crushing gods. And in one panel your eyes look like a shadow we have only seen behind a flower room throne. If a titanic fleet sails forward and an iceberg smiles in the dark, Kuzan, what side of history are you quietly freezing for? Why did a man of orders let one little girl escape the library's grave? Was that justice, forgetting its script, or just one giant silent wave? Why did you freeze Saul softly, then give Robin time to run? If you truly served their verdict, why leave any witness to the sun? Why did you drop straw hats to their knees and still refuse to kill? Was it debt to Garp's old laughter, or your own cracked sense of will? If you call yourself lazy justice, why do your footsteps change so much? Are you following the code you left, or a promise you cannot touch? Who's in? Are you blizzard or are you bridge? Are you the goal that saves a life, or the ice beneath the ridge? If you stand between the fire and the children running free, are you guarding their tomorrow, or just tired of what you see? Are you iceberg waiting patient while the Titanic rolls past? Will you shatter black flags only, or aim higher at a throne not built to last? On punk hazard 10 long days turned a continent to scar. Half boils under Sakazuki, half remembers who you are. Did you fight to take command, or just to block his burning law? When you walked away one leg, was that loss or something raw? If you truly love the Navy, why leave its highest chair to flame? If you truly hated it, why does former Admiral still ring your name? Do you stand outside their justice now to judge it from the snow? Or did you see him whose shadow once and choose to move forward? Just new frost around old heat. If Blackbeard is avalanche rolling down on every shore.
Oxygen's going up slowly. Purification's going up slowly.
Does the ship's name make you smile when you walk along its deck? Do you hear a distant story about steel and ice and wreck? If the strongest darkness marches toward the gods who rule the map, are you there to help him reach them, or to spring a further trap? When you faced Garp on that island under Teach's green flag, were you stuck
just hiding from the fact? Are you iceberg under Titanic, waiting for the quiet hour? Is your real target a pirate, or the empty throne behind all power? You spared a scholar. You spared a crew. You fought a comrade. You left a coat. You joined a flag that bites the sun. Your footsteps never walk in straight lines, yet they always leave one life behind. Until the day your ice cracks open and shows what you were aiming at. We only have questions. Is Kuzan just a man who walked away from justice? Or the winter that will finally make the quietest devil show its face?
They called me hero before they asked who I saved. They gave me a coat and called it justice. But I saw the real devil sitting above that cloth. Rox knew it. Roger knew it. So why did I stay where gods give orders and good men bleed? Monkey D. Garp. Legend or lie? They gave me stone to punch before they gave me choice. Arms learned my knuckles long before they were. Got the fist they print like that answered who I am. But the smashing rocks for heaven ever truly make a man. I watch young Marines salute with shaking hands. Scared of both the pirates and the names above their lands. If I walk away, who stands between their hearts and God on high? If I leave the deck to devils, do these kids just learn to die? They offered me admiral like a crown above the storm. Sit with the old men, make the killing look warm. If I sit too close to heaven, do I forget the drown below? So I stay down here with the ones who'll never know. Legend or lie, what did I become? Shield for the helpless, or a gear in their drum? If the metal on my chest is minute from another's night, am I beacon on the shore or just the shade that hides their light? Legend or lie, which story do you see? Man who waits the heaven or the one who guards its key? I hate pirates, yet I hear the pirate king song underground. The east learned to burn where no trumpet sounded round. If I curse his father's error, but still guard his flame, am I fighting back that age or just afraid to speak his name? I hate celestial dragons, yet I let Sabo share that roof. A noble's child in bandit smoke, chasing his own proof. If their blood is poison while I shield that boy's escape, is that my hypocrisy or justice in another shape? Luffy, grandson laughing straight at the sky. They say he'll rule the waves, and I cannot say they lie. If I train his fists while knowing he will break this age apart,
side am I truly on when I close my eyes at night? My son watched holy banner snap above a bloody street. Dragon saw the same corruption burning underneath my feet. He called their peace a prison and walked off into the rain. Do I curse him for departing or respect the weight of his pain? Kuzan once stood beside me, learned to hear before he swung. I told him listen to the weak when he was still too young. Now he walks in different shadows, ice around his will. Do I hate him for that path or just regret what I left still? Ace died on the scaffold while I stared and did not move. Was it duty held me frozen, or the fear of what I'd prove? If I had broken rank and smashed the world beneath my hand, would I save one burning grandson or doom 1,000 weaker lands? If every choice draws blood, no matter what I do, is there any justice left, or just different shades of truth? Rocks wanted devils falling, so a better world could start. Roger laughed at God and still protected some small heart. Teach chained me in the dark with that same old hungry grin. If he uses me to crack their mask, does any side truly win? World government says justice, while it erases towns in light. Dragon calls his war justice, while he sets their flags alight. Kuzan freezes justice halfway, then walks off of the stage. Teach wraps justice round his greed, and you call silence holy rage. If every blade says justice when it cuts its chosen throat, what does my old oath mean soon into this weathered coat? Legend or lie, maybe I am both. A fist that broke their monsters and the mask for what they owe. I stayed inside the Marines to guard the ones too small to see. The world government's true fangs pointed at them and me. Legend or lie, I'll carry what I must. I love them more than rank, more than medals, more than trust. If Dragon Kuzan and Ace Luffy stand on my other side, did I fail them as father, grandfather, and teacher? But teacher never let truth hide. Ask the sea if I saved the world, or only slowed its fall. Ask the boys I couldn't rescue, if I ever tried at all. As for me, I'll take the blame and let these questions fly. If the next dawn wears their laughter instead of any holy name, they can keep their word for justice. I'll keep my right to die. They call it a century, but it feels more like a missing heartbeat. 800 years torn out of the spine of the sea. No grave, no map, no name on the front of the book. Just a gap, wide enough to hide a god, or a mistake. If history is so proud of its truth, why does it need 100 years of silence to stand? What did you raise? Void century. Was
Was there once a kingdom standing where the red line cuts today? Did three great seas hold hands before someone taught them to obey? Did giants, fishmen, sky folks share one table, one bright floor? Did they build a world without a ceiling before someone locked the door? Was Joy Boy only a guest there, or the fool that wore its crown? When he laughed at even ancient weapons put their voices down. Was the first in calling freedom not a crime but daily bread? Did the kingdom teach the word? No, to the wrong heads. Did the 20 kings arrive as guests or hunters in disguise? Did they shake warm hands at first, then trade them in for chains and lies? Did Domi reverse it, turn their hearts until their mercy turned to stone? Did they sell 1 century to sit forever on a throne? What did you hide behind that blanking line? Was broken up that you tore out time? Was it flame or was it song? Was it a kingdom or a wrong? Was it a monster you could not defeat, or a promise you were afraid to let complete? Void century. What did you do to make silence feel safer than the truth? Did Zuno once march proudly under banners of that light? Was it punishment to walk forever because it would not join the night? Did Emeth guard a gate between a dawn and someone's fear? Did a single order turn its halo into a spear? Did Queen Lily see the trap before the ink was dry? Did she scatter poneglyphs like seeds until the stones refused to die? Was a letter just a warning or a key she could not use? Did she bet an entire century on a future she would lose? Did Harley text in Albert walls try to scream what you cut out? Did they draw 3 worlds in panels just to keep a twist of doubt? Did your mother flame burn blue over cities that never raised a sword? Did you erase whole islands just to edit 1 old word? What did you hide behind that blacking line? What broke your nerve so bad you tore out time? Was it a laugh you could not change? Was it a feast that shamed your name? Was it a drum that would not stop even with the kingdom drop? Void century. If you were nothing but an error, why does every stone still whisper like a witness? Was a letter D a scar you could not sanitize away? Did you try to bleach it out of bloodlines till the ocean learned to pray? Did every D you failed to kill become another hairline crack? Did you break 100 years just to hold 1 letter back? Did you turn old friends to criminals with 1 stamp and a law? Did you call their laughter devil just to hide what you saw? Did you bury Joy Boy's failure, or is he beneath the wave? Did you hide a map to freedom, or just your own engraved grave? When a pirate king finally reached the page and tried to burn, did he laugh because he saw you turn? If you truly saved the world, how do you fear when drum beats name? If you truly killed a demon, why do you still rely the blame? If you truly fixed the ocean, why does every error leak? If there is nothing in that silence, why does he deem you miss to speak? Is the void a mercy or a debt? Is it a wound or a bet? Did you lose control or just lose sight of what you did that night? What did you hide behind that blanking line? What broke your nerve so bad you tore out time? Was it a city made of light or a mirror you could not survive? Was it a question you could not answer and still stay alive? Did you kill a monster or cure? Did you break the world or make it pure? When the last red wall finally cracks, will we find the tyrant's crime or someone else's second try? You call it a void like nothing lives there, but every time a stone speaks, every time a bee laughs at its own death, every time the sea refuses to forget a name, the silence twitches like a body trying to wake up. Void century. If you were truly empty, why does the
future keep? Tripping over. You're missing pulse.
I need that to become 11. I need that to become 1 mil real quick. Let's take a look. It's at 20. Okay, so let's take a look.
Before maps learned to lie about the sea,
Where is it? So
there was a tree so tall it scratched the sky.
9.
A dragon chewed its roots, a squirrel carried words like sparks.
Everything except the purification.
Now that myth wears chains in Elbaf, they call him Loki. But the deep calls something older in his blood. Nidhogg. Who know the Yggdrasil's roots in Old Norse tales, till even gods felt afraid. Was Nidhogg just a beast of ruin, or a judge of promises betrayed? Why does it live beneath the world tree, where all the real weight hangs? Why does it feast on corpses marked by broken vows and foul old fangs? If a dragon lies where power hides its rod beneath the bark, is it end of all creation, or the bite that cuts corruption from the dark? If Ragnarok begins when that rude hunger finally breaks its chain, what happens when that same idea wakes up in another world again? Elbaf's great tree drawn like a shadow of that first world wood? Why does a giant prince named Loki stand exactly where that dragon should? Why does their legendary fruit sleep so deep beneath the roots? Why is it feared like ancient fire, not just another devil's loot? When Harold says Loki ate that fruit and calls him his own doom, is that just a father's curse or a myth walking back into the room? If the power turns his silhouette to serpent coiled in black and flame, is it mythical's own Nidhogg the only shape that fits the name? If Norse put Nidhogg under a tree and Oda put Loki under one too, is that coincidence or foreshadow? And what is that fruit supposed to do? Maybe the legendary fruit is mythical's own model Nidhogg, underworld serpent at the root of a fake world law. If Loki's body is the vessel and the dragon is the core, is he really world destroyer, or just the bite at heaven's floor? If the red line is a counterfeit world tree stabbed through the sea, does Nidhogg Loki exist to chew that trunk and set the oceans free? Why is Ragnar a hammer squirrel spirit dancing up and down his spine? Why does it look like Ratatoskr, messenger between eagle crown and serpent line? If Ragnar ate a mythical model to something like Ratatoskr's role, is it carrying news from sun god Nika down to Nidhogg in his soul? When holy knights offer Loki rank with chains disguised as sacred light, why does Ragnar spark his hockey like a squirrel starting Ragnarok's first fight? If a one-piece serpent or hellfire is just Nidhogg with another name, is it Loki the present dragon chewing at Emu's hidden frame? Nidhogg bites a world tree's roots, Loki bites a world government built like one. Nidhogg dwells where corpses lie, Loki walks where race kingdoms are done. Nidhogg marks the end of thrones that won't confess their crime. Loki is branded world destroyer for aiming at that same design. So if a giant prince in chains eats a fruit beneath a sacred tree and rises as a serpent of hellfire, hating only gods not see, is that just a cool design or a myth reborn in different ink? How many clues do we need before we say what we all think?
dyed his skin? Is he curse upon creation or the start of something clean? When he says I'll burn the world until the last rotten branch is gone, do you hear a madman's promise or a root saying it has waited far too long? If the red line is a fake world tree driven through the ocean's heart, maybe that ancient serpent finally found its perfect horse to tear it all apart. So when you call him monster, ask which story you repeat. The Norse one where a dragon chews the roots beneath your feet, or the new one where a giant prince eats Nidhogg's myth and wears its flame. If both are true, then every time he laughs at cards, you hear two legends speak the same. Nidhogg, Loki.
Before emperors rose and seas were named, before cursed fruits or warlords fame, the sword was drawn not for show nor drama, but to carve the truth. The dragon slayer of Wano, Ryuma.
Alright, let's get a heat rocket because I need to go off quicker.
Where greed made empires twist and melt, a vagabond with no royal brand, but there will steel in calloused hand, a dragon's sword to mark the skies. Its roar a hymn to fear and lies, while kings bartered with trembling tongue. Ryuma stood still and let his blade be sung. He did not speak of honor's weight. He did not dance with vainglory's bait. One slash through legend, wraith and lore. A myth was slain and something more, not born of gods nor sainted flame. He forged his will, then carved his name, while men sought crowns in gold katana. He burned in myth, the dragon slayer of Wano, Ryuma. Time passed and silence claimed his fame, while lesser blades took hollow claim. They speak of Zoro, Mihawk's height, yet one stood first in shadowed light. He searched the world for kings to find, unknowing he left their rule behind, for none could reign where he had stood. He was the king, misunderstood. Wano's breath became his shrine, its dusk-laced wind, a fate divine. No throne, no robe, no royal plea, just cold resolve and mastery. You can sheath the sword, but not the lore. You can mask the grave, but not restore. He bowed to none, not world nobles drama. The shadow blade
the dragon slayer of Wano, Ryuma. Thieves of soul and bone, who used the dead to build their throne. Moria danced with corpses grayed, and Ryuma's name was defiled and played. Brook watched as shadows cried. A sword moved, but its soul denied. Yet when Zoro met his ghost in dusk, the blade remembered, cutting just. That duel beneath the moon's cold glow was not for glory, not for show. It was the breath of time returned to flames where ancient spirit burned. He sought no accolades, no gilded cage, no monument, no scripted page. He was the silence after war, the breath that outlasts every roar. He wasn't legend for the fame he wore, but for what he did and nothing more. He slew the beast, then walked away like truth too old to ever stay. Let them argue who's the blade supreme, while Ryuma lives in Wano's dream. Beyond all kings and swordsmen's drama, they whisper still, the dragon slayer of Wano, Ryuma. He never sought to be adored, he simply was the living sword in Wano's hush, where shadows bloom. One name breaks through the centuries' gloom, not bound by time, nor fruit, nor karma. Still he walks, the dragon slayer of Wano, Ryuma.
Can you hear the chase beneath the tree? Can you hear the giant who refused to kneel? If a monster bears the sin to keep his people free, then tell me, who was truly evil? Beneath Elbaf snow, demonic eyes that even giants feared to know. A prince destined for a blood-stained throne, yet the coldest king still die alone. Harold saw the empty throne above, the shadow king that murdered freedom's love. Emu crawled inside the minds of kings, turning proud men into puppets on strings. So a father whispered through the pain, kill me before I wear their chains. And Loki's hands became the blade that saved Elbaf, yet branded shame. He took the curse upon his name to keep his father free from blame. A son became the world's disgrace just to protect his kingdom's fate. Tell me, if history calls the savior a devil, who decides what justice means? Loki, Loki, bound beneath the world tree roots. Loki, Loki, carrying the truth the world refused. The sun above, the dragon below, both chosen by the ancient ocean flow, one laughs beneath the dawnlit sky. One suffers, so his land survives. Lola ran and broke the giant pact. Big Mom's dream collapsed and cracked. But fate was waiting deep below, inside the castle buried under snow. Ragnar watched for endless years, judging blood, judging fear. No king could erase the sacred flame. Till Loki walked through death and chains. Then the dragon finally woke, Nidhogg rising through the smoke. A beast so vast the heavens shook. Even Emu finally looked, lightning crawling through the sky. Conquerors hockey splitting night, hammer roaring like Ragnarok. The thrones above began to rot. Ancient giants bowed their heads as frozen storms turned oceans dead. The jewel tree Adam shook in fear, like void century ghosts were near. Loki, Loki, dragon gnawing at the roots. Loki, Loki, breaking ancient heavenly rules. Luffy brings the dawn to seas. Loki guards buried memories. One smiles before the rising sun. One weeps until the war is won. 6 long years in chains below, buried where forgotten monsters go. Shanks himself had cast him down to stop the wrath that could drown crowns. But even shackled in the dark, Loki never lost his burning heart. Because the prison wasn't stone, it was the lies the world had known. The holy knights invaded land, children crying through the flames again. And Loki rose through blood and snow like Ragnarok had finally awoke. Emu finally left the holy land, fear written in immortal hands. Because the truth beneath the tree could end 800 years of peace. Not peace of freedom, peace of lies, built upon forgotten lives. And Loki bears that hatred still, a sacrificial giant will. Who was the villain? Who was the slave?
I don't actually push that to go
Inside their
quicker.
graves. If Elba falls, if Adam burns, will the void century return? Luffy laughing toward the sky, drums of liberation roaring high, while Loki crawled beneath the earth, guarding history's hidden curse. Sun god dancing through the flame, dragon the roaring heaven's name. 2 different paths, one destiny to break the chains of history. Emu sat upon the throne, believing heaven stood alone. But underneath the sacred light, the dragon waited through the night. Not for revenge, not for fame, not for the glory of his name, but so the children of Elbath would never wear celestial chains. Loki, Loki, accursed prince of frozen flame. Loki, 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 history will fear your name. Not because you chose the dark, but because you lit the spark. The world tree trembles, heaven cracks. The buried gods are coming back. And when the final war begins, the dragon's roar will shake the wind. Loki, Loki, guardian of the hidden truth. Loki, Loki, the monster that protected youth. The sun above, the roots below. Together now the world will know. If the world calls him a devil, why didn't you fear him? If Loki was truly evil, why did Harold choose him? And if the dragon beneath the roots awakens, Will the sun above finally burn the throne?
This world says know your place, but the sea keeps asking, do you dare to move it? Every era buries its fools, every map lies, yet somewhere a ship cuts through tomorrow, as if the horizon was just paper meant to tear. If the world is a story written by cowards, then our job is simple. We rewrite it. With scars, with laughter, with names no storm can erase.
First step on the deck, heart louder than the tide. Nothing in his pockets but a promise and his pride. Eyes on the horizon, past the maps and all the lies. Laughing like a madman at the thunder in the sky. Scars on their hands, same dream in their chest. No king, no guy gonna tell us what is best. Even when the world says sit down, do not try, they climb up the mast and scream at the sky. Every note just feeds the flame. Every fall still spells our name. If the sea will not let us through, we will punch a sunrise out of blue. So break the horizon, tear the sky wide open. We are the storm that turns a wish into a weapon. Even if the whole world tries to drag us under, we turn every wound into radiant thunder. Ride on the wind where the cowards do not go. Dreams on our backs and the Jolly Roger glow. Even if the stars forget our song, we will burn so bright they must sing along. One fights with blades against the ghost in his past. One cooks for tomorrow like today will not last. One lies like a hero but his heart cannot fake. One mends the broken till her own hands shake. One draws a path on a piece of old scrap. One laughs at death like it is only a trap. They are not chosen, they are not clean, just losers who refuse to leave the scene. Every scar's a secret map, every tear quiet thunderclap. If the world calls us insane, good, remember our name. So break the horizon, tear the sky wide open. We a storm that turns a wish into a weapon. Even if the whole world tries to drag us under, we turn every wound into radiant thunder. Run through the waves where the brave feel small. Laugh in the face of the red line wall. Even if the stars forget our song, we will burn so bright they must sing along. For every ship that sank too soon, for every name the sea called mine, we carry them like a second moon, lighting up our crooked line. If pain is the price to change this story, then carve it deep. We will call it glory. So break the horizon, let the sky come crashing, while the fools who turn the ending into flashing. Even when the whole world screams you are wrong, we will stake our lives to prove we belonged all along. Ride on the wind where tomorrow seems far, chasing a dream past every scar. If someday our faces fade from view, the sea will still remember what we drew. Run where the compass starts to scream, where fools and miracles share one dream. We are not alive just to survive, we are here to burn the script and come alive.
One day, this ship will be a story. One day these names will be old jokes on younger tongues. But when the last wave forgets our faces, the wind will still hesitate over the place where we prove that even nobodies can tilt the world. So raise the flag. The opening starts now.
He knew what silence tried to bury. He wasn't the chosen one, just a man who arrived too soon. Was it comedy or cruelty that made him laugh at destiny?
Way better already.
He crossed the line, he reached the shore and found the truth we're dying for.
This one will be way better than it is when I got to it.
Was that a grin or just goodbye? What kind of joy can rot a throne? What kind of age forgets its own?
They say he named it Laugh Tale then, but was it laughter or revenge?
He knew the world was forged in pain. A lie repeated rain by rain. He read the tale too soon, too late, and left the future to its fate. No throne, no war, no grand katana, just dying breath. The pirate king, Goldie Roger.
He saw the message Joy Boy wrote, etched deep in stone, an ancient note. He wept, then laughed, he understood. The world was built on stolen good. He knew the 20s sealed the age. He knew the sun once fought the cage. He asked Whitebeard what D implies, but even he was not that guy. Did he regret not being him, or smile, proud to prime the whim? A man who read the end too soon, then left the world to find its tune.
One king gives up,